Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are LA.
Perfect afternoon for baseball here on this Sunday at the Big A. The Angels last night shut out for the 9th time on the season, and today sets up the rubber match of this series. The Baltimore Orioles wrapping up this 3-game set. As we welcome you inside the Big A and back to Angels baseball here on Fox Sports West, he's Mark Gubiza. I'm Victor Rojas. Mike Scioscia today gets the chance to hand the ball off to the man that is known as the ace, Jared Weaver. He's been on the disabled list with a hip injury, and what are you expecting out of Weaver today?
Yeah, Victor, especially early on, to try to temper his enthusiasm. I mean, he's going to be on a pitch count, about 90 pitches, so Mike Scioscia wants to see the Weaver, what he saw at the end of the season last year. He's not worried about a guy that's going to throw in the 90s. He just wants that mid to upper 80s where he's going to use his fastball to set up his secondary pitches. If he's able to do that, he should be successful today. He's been very good in his career against Baltimore here at the Big A. 5-2 record with a 1.67 ERA. These guys like to hit the fastball, set them up inside outside with the 4-seam, 2-seam fastball, but then use that curveball and change up to get some swing and misses. Try to avoid those mistakes, especially early on, and build the confidence as the game progresses.
Yeah, the focus, of course, is on Weaver coming off the disabled list, but the Angels' offense continues to be sporadic. We saw it last night against Ubaldo Jimenez, and we'll see what they have in store today as Miguel Gonzalez, a former Angel, is on the mound for the Orioles. We're just about ready for baseball here at the Big A. Sit back and relax. We're going to bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return. Angels baseball is brought to you by CarMax. Start the search for your next car. CarMax. CarMax, start here. By Jack in the Box. For a limited time, try the new Portobello Mushroom Buttery Jack with melted garlic or butter. By Foster Farms Fresh and Natural. Locally grown with no added hormones. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers. You back inside Angels Stadium. The Halos took game one and did so in grand fashion as far as the offense was concerned. 13 hits, 8 runs last night, shut out 5-0. The Angels unable to gain ground on the Houston Astros in the West, who lost yesterday to the Oakland Athletics. Texas defeated Seattle, so they find themselves 4.5 back now in the West and 3 back of the Angels. Now you take a look at the wild card with the way the Toronto Blue Jays have played. They have a half-game lead over the Angels. The Halos now wild card spot number 2, and Baltimore breathing down the Angels' neck, 2 back.
You know, important game. Obviously, any game this time of the year, when you get to that month of August and then eventually into September, every game's so important, but especially with a team you're battling with for the wild card and eventually, hopefully, put yourself in position to win the division for Mike Socha's club. He has his ace back today. Important for Weaver to set the tone early in this game and give the Angels a chance to win this series.
Toronto, by the way, leading the Yankees 2-0. That game is in the 8th inning at Yankee Stadium. So the Blue Jays continue to roll. Halos have taken the field. They are wearing their pearly white home uniforms. Jared Weaver about to start his warm-up pitches. And we will take a look at Buck Showalter's starting lineup for the Baltimore Orioles. 5 back in the East, and Manny Machado leading things off at third. Gerardo Parra back in right field. Adam Jones in center. Chris Davis at first base. Matt Wieters behind the plate. Jonathan Scope at second. Jimmy Paredes gets a start at DH today. J.J. Hardy, the shortstop, and it's David Lowe batting ninth and playing left field. Weaver making his 16th start of the season. Is 4-8 and a 4.75 ERA on the year.
And a big thing for Weaver is really just to control that emotion, being back out there knowing he's the leader of the staff and one of the leaders on the team itself. 4-8, you mentioned that, but my go-tos today for Weaver to be successful. Secondary pitches are all set up by his fastball command. Don't worry about velocity. Be around that 84 to 87 range, but all those secondary pitches are set up on his ability to be confident enough to throw his fastball in all 4 quadrants of the strike zone.
Let's take a look at the defense that'll play behind Weaver this afternoon. David Murphy at left, Mike Trout at center, Cole Calhoun at right. The infield with Connor Gillespie, Eric Ibar, Johnny Giavatello, and C.J. Cron from third to first. Chris Iannetta behind the plate.
And Mike Trout playing center field has done a very good job this season. 5 outfield assists for what he has done against Baltimore in the past. Been very good. Also, Robin J.J. Hardy back with Weaver on the mound back at Camden Yards a number of years ago.
Weaver making his 13th start of his career against the Orioles, 8-4 and a 3.27 ERA. He had a start against Baltimore earlier this year, and that was on May 15th, and he threw the ball exceptionally well at Camden Yards. 7 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 3 strikeouts, allowing 1 run. That's when he picked up his 2nd win of the year. He's got 4 on the season. Weaver ready to go. Machado digging in at the plate. Today's first pitch will be delivered by the UPS store. Very mild afternoon as far as temperatures are concerned. Slight little breeze blowing out. Very low humidity. Machado will take outside for ball 1. Machado's had one heck of a series. 7 hits, 4 last night, 3 singles and a home run. 2 singles and a double Friday night. Tried to bunt on that pitch. Comes up empty, and it's 1-1. 74 degrees at first pitch.
Beautiful day here.
Yeah. Weaver making 2 rehab appearances. A hip issue forcing him onto the disabled list. That's ripped foul. His last start was on June the 2nd against Oakland.
It's good to see him challenge him with a fastball inside. Only 83 miles an hour, but that had some good movement now. That sets up whether he wants to go back inside, double up on a fastball, or throw his slider going down away.
Fastball. Oh, pretty good pitch. Just missed in off the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's Will Little calling the balls and strikes today. Tony Randazzo at first. Phil Cuzzi at second, and the crew chief Jerry Davis at third. 135 career wins for Jared. 3rd most in Angels history. Slider away. It's a full count. Not much has been made of Weaver's velocity, especially even in his rehab outings. Differential has been the biggest issue. Fastball to the off-speed stuff. Ground ball back up the middle. Weaver misses it, and that'll sneak through. You know, Giavatello loves it. It's an infield base hit.
That's when you're going well. If you're Machado in this series, another base hit. I think it's the sound off the bat that fooled Weaver. He generally feels his position pretty well. As you can hear off the end of the bat, thinking it was going to be a harder hit baseball, misses it completely. See the follow through? And it was all about the sound. He was thinking he had to get that glove up quickly. He had plenty of time to almost square his body up to field his position. That can fool you on occasion. When you release the baseball, you hear that loud sound off the bat, you think you have to react quicker, but he had time to get in position to field that one.
Machado started to go and then stopped as Parra looks at a strike. Gerardo Parra, 6 for 29 as an Oriole. It's 207 average. 1 double. 0 for 5 last night with a couple of punch outs and a double play ball. Machado, pretty good lead at first base, and Weaver will throw over there. Wayne Kirby looked like he's the first base coach looking at Tony Randazzo as if to say Weaver. A little bit of a balk move there.
Well, what he did is what he's been doing very good of late when he was healthy. Weaver do that quick step off the pitching rubber and then throw over quickly. There's nothing wrong with that one. Real close again. Weaver has quick footwork, especially for a tall pitcher, 6'7". Footwork is outstanding in a quick throw. Real close play. 2 pickoffs this year for Weaver. See, that's what you try to do as a base stealer. You go to that backside of the base. The reason why you do that, because it's a longer tag for the first baseman.
.15 stolen bases for Machado. He's been caught 5 times. 0-1 pitch. He lays off. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And this first inning so big for Weaver and the Angels, especially for Weaver just to try to build on confidence being that first start back.
Breaking ball misses away. 66-mile-per-hour bender. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Well, when Weaver was real good in the month of May, he had that, you mentioned that differential in speeds. He had his fastball was pretty consistent, 86, 87, 88, even 89 miles an hour. It set up his secondary pitches so well.
4-1 in May with a 2.83 ERA. 0-3 in April. 0-4 in June.
And that's when you saw the fastball consistently around 81 to 83.
One of the bigger issues that he had this year, aside from everyone was talking about the velocity coming out of spring training, it seems like that's been the discussion the last couple of years. But command was off for him dramatically, and he couldn't get back on track. Because even at 82, 83, if you're able to spot and you get 6, 7, 8 miles per hour differential on the off-speed stuff, you still can survive out there.
Yeah, and the reason why, I mean, part of it is he just lacked confidence with his fastball. And he's got to the point now where even my conversations with him over the last couple of weeks, he's feeling better about that, and that sets up that slider. His slider's been very good also. And the product, when you're trying to, you can see he's muscling up. That means when you're trying to overthrow, your mechanics get a little bit quicker, and you drop your elbow, then that's going to elevate the fastball. So Machado more than likely would be going. You have a shot at it. Strike him out, throw him out here.
Wonder if Weaver goes back to the off-speed pitch. Machado goes 3-2, little dribbler on the right side. Weaver's got it. 1 out.
Center fielder, number 10, Adam Jones.
So man in scoring position for Adam Jones. Orioles as a team have hit 280 with men in scoring position. 3 for 14 this series. The long ball has been prevalent for the Orioles all season long and in this series. They've hit 4 home runs in the first 2 games. Jones hitting .281, 17 home runs, 53 RBIs. 1 for 4 game last night. 2 hits in the series. One misses upstairs.
Jones with pretty good success against Weaver. .308 batting average with 2 home runs. And I remember those home runs against Weaver. It's been early in the count where he's jumping on something on the inner half of the plate against Weave.
Two balls, no strikes. That one missing outside. Machado on board, infield base hit. Now in scoring position on the ground out by Parra. (3-0). Chris Davis on deck.
All 3 fastballs pretty much in the same area, just off the outside corner. And Jones very aggressive on 3-0. You don't want to disgroove a fastball right now if you're Weaver. Good spot on that one. Go right back out there again. Also, you have now that shot because you threw a fastball for a strike on the outside corner. You can throw a breaking ball now.
Good pitch, off speed, full count.
See him trying to pull that outside pitch. Goes away on this one. Great location. Out in front. All 3 batters in the game so far for Weaver. Full counts. In that first inning, I mentioned it in the opening, very important for Weave to get through here.
3-2, got him swinging, down goes Jones, 2 outs.
85-mile-an-hour fastball by him. Now that's a confidence booster for Weaver. Fell behind 3-0, came back, fastball, then challenged him with a fastball down the heart of the plate. The pitch before more of a BP type fastball. This one firm at 85 for Weaver.
So Machado still at second. Here's Chris Davis, the first baseman. Davis a 1-for-2 game yesterday. A double and a couple of walks, scored 2 runs. Also picked up his first stolen base of the season. .28 home runs on the year, 79 RBIs. Talked about in the open about controlling the emotions. It's been a long time since he's been on a big league mound.
So hard to do that, especially when you've been a leader of this staff for such a long period of time. You want to be the guy that the young pitchers look up to.
1-2. Backdoor bender.
68-mile-an-hour curveball.
I'll tell you what, if Will Little is going to give you this,
I'm going right back out there again.
Absolutely, that's off the plate.
There's no way as a hitter, even as good and much power that Davis has, he can come close to touching that pitch.
21 pitches thrown so far. 2 outs and a man in scoring position. That hit him.
Tried that no-seam fastball inside, but it stayed true. And hits Davis, especially after that last break ball. It set up Weaver to go back outside again. Hits him right on that elbow. He tried to turn that one over to bring it back, start at the hip, and then catch the inside corner. Right at the elbow. 3rd hit batter of the season for Weaver.
So 2 on and 2 outs, and Matt Weaver's coming up. DH last night. Had a 1-for-4 game. 264, 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. We'll look at the strike. Weaver's a free agent to be.
308 last year, just 26 games at Tommy John surgery. 44th game this year. 0-2.
Changeup. So you got a fastball at 85. You have a changeup 77, a curveball at 68. So you have some differential in speeds of all his pitches so far.
Orioles team that is 6th in the American League in average, 5th in slugging, 4th in home runs, 6th in runs scored. Keep the ball in the ballpark with these guys. Keep them out. Swung to bats well. 12 hits Friday night, 11 hits last night. Waiter shoots one out to left field. That's a base hit. Machado being waved in. Murphy up with it. A run will score. There's no play at the plate. 1-0 Orioles here in the first.
Pitch upstairs. Wieters goes with the pitch. He went with a fastball, but it was upstairs. And when the hitter, you're just trying to in protect mode with 2 strikes on you. Brought his hands back up. Hits that ball in the left field for an RBI single. 17th RBI of the season for Wieters.
So it's a second baseman, Jonathan Schoop, up now. He has himself a 7-game hitting streak. Takes outside. Schoop, 310, 8 home runs, 19 runs batted in. 37th game for him this year. Missed some time earlier this year with a sprained knee. Davis, a base runner at second, Wieters at first. It's off the plate, ball 2. Schoop pulls one down the line. That's going to get down to be trouble. Davis comes in to score. Wieters on his way to third. He's going to be waved in. Now the brakes are put on, and Wieters gets back to the bag. It's an RBI double for Schoop. 2-0 now, Baltimore.
Another pitch was up in the strike zone. Fastball up. He's able to get his arms extended. And Schoop, we've seen him swing the bat well in this series also. Between him and Machado, doing a lot of damage. Doubles, drives in another, his 7th double, 20th RBI. I think when you look back on this inning, a couple different plays that changed this inning at this point. That ground ball up the middle by Machado, it had fooled Weaver, and the inside fastball to Chris Davis when he had him set up for a slow curveball, potentially back out away after the pitch before was called a strike.
Resulting in a hit by pitch, and then Wieters and Schoop with back-to-back 2-out hits. So 2-0 Orioles. Jimmy Paredes, a DH, is now up for the 30th pitch in the first inning for Weaver. Paredes hacking. Comes up empty, hitting .282. 10 home runs and 41 RBIs.
The first inning was, when I'm talking to Mike Socha today, was the inning he was most concerned with Weaver because of the energy getting back out there and knowing he's going to be on a pitch count here today, hoping to have a quicker inning than this.
Little dribbler to the right side. Weaver has it. Crone back to the bag, inning over, but Baltimore strikes with a hit by pitch and 2-out hits. They lead at 2-0 as we head to the bottom of the first. check out Mike Scioscia's lineup for the Halos at 58 and 51. Game and a half back in the American League West. Johnny Givitello leading things off at second. Cole Calhoun in right. Mike Trout at center. Albert serving as a DH this afternoon. David Murphy at left. Eric Ibar at short. C.J. Cron at first base. Connor Gillespie at third. And Chris Arnett batting ninth. And doing the catching as they take on the 31-year-old right-hander. Born in Guadalajara, Mexico, but raised in the Valley. His name is Miguel Gonzalez, the former Angel.
Yeah, Gonzalez, good fastball, commands it very well. 90-94 slider curve, split finger fastball. The go-tos to be successful against Gonzalez is look out over the plate and use that day game carry. Especially, he is a guy that will give up some home runs. He's given up 18 home runs in 114 and 2/3 innings pitched.
His 21st start of the year, and he delivers a strike. Givitello hitting .264, 3 home runs, 38 RBIs. Johnny 0 for 3 last night. 2 for 4 on Friday night. Both of those times in the 8th spot in the order. Hits one out toward left center field. Moving back on it is low. Misread it, but he's able to track it down. He's got pretty good speed. And the left fielder grabs it for the first out.
Get a pretty good idea of that carry here in a day game. Like Adam Jones right away, he's looking for low to make the play, and he was able to cover some pretty good ground. Got great speed in the outfield. Tracks that one down, over the shoulder catch.
It'll bring up Calhoun. 1 for 4 last night with a double. That double is the first hit the Angels had in the game. It was with 1 out in the 6th inning. Angels managed a total of 5 hits last night. They're facing a guy in Gonzalez who has pretty good numbers in his career against the Angels. 4 starts, a 3-1 mark, and a .220 ERA. Cole rips one out to right field. Parra's not going to get this one. That's off the top of the wall. It comes back into play. Calhoun sliding into second. And it's a double. Dino Ebel, I'm sure, will get on the phone and check this one out.
Yeah, I think Mike Scioscia right away, he's thinking that ball hit the top of the wall and then hit the railing up there and then worked its way back in.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me. The second base umpire, Phil Cuzzy, was out there. I think that's a home run, isn't it? Yeah, off the yellow line.
Yeah, you have to check that one.
That's a home run. Hits the yellow line, hits beyond that line, and comes back into field of play. It should be a home run.
Yeah, it looks like that little railing back there. I think you have to check it out. And they're going to. See this angle right here.
Yeah, that's a home run. See that the little quick short hop after it hit the line.
Exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, what an arm Parra has out in right field.
Yeah,
look at a laser in. That should be a home run.
Now here's the question: is Mike challenging it, or is he asking for a crew chief review here? And we'll find out.
I think you see that on a home run call.
Yeah,
more of a crew chief.
That ball got out in a hurry. There's the ricochet. Hits the yellow line, then ricochets off the railing behind it.
That's a home run.
That's easily a home run. As it stands now, it's a double. And this is a crew chief review, so the Angels not needing to challenge this one. Go back and take a look at this play once again.
You see that right there where that railing and wall is behind the padding.
Yeah, headsets are off. This will be quick here. And it is a home run. Cole Calhoun is 16th of the season, 60th RBI. The Angels get one of those runs back.
11th home run of the season for Cole Calhoun at the Big A. That baseball took no time to get out of the ballpark for Cole. We talked about that game day carry right away. You're seeing it. Givitello's shot that was tracked down by Lowe, and then the home run by Cole Calhoun.
16 on the year for Cole. He had 17 last season. Here's Trout. 305 on the year. 33 home runs, 69 runs batted in.
This 3 for 13 in his career versus Gonzalez, but all 3 hits, home runs.
One ball, one strike. Gonzalez, as you were talking about, 19th home run he's given up now. Ground ball. That's towards the shortstop Barry, but it's the second baseman Stoke in the shift throwing out Trout, round number 2.
My Hyundai key to the game today for the Angels to be successful. Going a little Pink Floyd. Goodbye Blue Sky. Talked about the carry during the day. The big flies hitting out of the ballpark. Cole got it rolling already in the bottom of the first inning.
Albert hitting .259, 30 home runs, 66 RBIs. Keep the same shift on Pujols as they had on Trout with 3 infielders on the left. Albert last night with a couple of hits, going 2 for 4, both singles. DHing this afternoon.
So it looks like a product of guessing for a pitch for Albert. Pretty good slider there from Gonzalez. Albert looking for a fastball.
That's out to right. Parr moving over to his left. Makes a catch. It's the 3rd out.
He gets some real good jumps on the baseball.
Yeah. Cole Calhoun cuts the Angels deficit in half. A line drive home run. 16th of the year. We'll head to the second with the Orioles up 2-1. Baltimore in the second. Weaver threw 31 pitches in the first. They faced 8, 9, and 1 here in the second. Hardy, Lowe, and Machado. Hardy hitting .241, 7 home runs and 30 RBIs. 1 for 4 game last night with a double. His 9th of the season. How's this one off? 1-1.
A couple of years ago, Camden Yards Back in 2012, J.J. Hardy thought he had a home run, but Mike Trout made one of the best catches you'll ever see. How the leap and how far over that wall that baseball was when he caught it.
One ball, two strikes. Two balls, two strikes. Ground ball toward the hole. Ibar's got it on the backhand. Off balance throw. Crone's got it. One out. Nice play by Eric.
Yeah, that's a long throw, but a firm throw from Eric Ibar. Backhand, cross the diamond to get a huge first out here for the Angels, and especially for Weaver. That good range that Ibar has in the stretch for C.J. Cron getting the first out. Weaver right away points at Eric Ibar. Nice play.
David Lowe gets a start in left field this afternoon. .213 hitter this year, 4 home runs, 12 RBIs. Good speed, as we saw him in the bottom of the first track down that Giavotella drive. Breaking ball, 1-2.
And one thing I'm noticing especially from the full windup from Weaver, is a slight variation in his delivery. Not turning his back quite as much towards the plate before he delivers the baseball. This, in theory, is trying to allow him to bring his arm through that arm slot a little bit quicker than normal to create better velocity.
Breaking ball, got him. Hynette has to throw down the first to complete the strikeout, and he does so. 2 outs.
And you can see right here as Weaver goes through his motion, very good as far as the breaking ball. Shoulders are squared up, eye on the target, good downward action on his curveball, but it's all set up by his little variation in his delivery. Not quite as far as turning his body around to be able to get himself in better position as far as squaring up his shoulders, allow him to get on top much better and quicker for his arm. You really notice it when his front shoulders more direct towards the plate as he's getting ready to deliver the baseball.
Machado is swinging a miss. 0-2.
66 mile an hour curveball.
Breaking ball, got him. A 1-2-3 shutdown inning for Weaver. We'll head to the bottom of the second. 2-1 Orioles.
The game, we'll check out the big news from around the majors on the Carl's Jr. Sports Update. King Felix on the hill up in Seattle against Texas. And Oakland trying to sweep out the Astros.
David Murphy looks at his strike. That game in Seattle just underway. Same with the game at the Coliseum. Toronto shut out the Yankees 2-0. They continue to roll. Blue Jays now have won 8 straight. A game and a half back of the Yankees.
And now they're pitching.
Yep. Murphy skies it foul. Count remains at 0-2. David, left fielder today, 283. 5 home runs, 28 RBIs. He's 6 for 31 with the Angels. 0 for 4 last night.
By the way, that's back-to-back shutouts for Toronto against New York in New York.
Yeah.
That can't happen too often to the Yankees.
Donaldson hit another home run. That's a little flare to left center. That'll get down for a leadoff single. So Murphy is on board, and Eric Ibar coming up.
Next, shortstop, number 2, Eric Ibar.
Josh Donaldson, by the way, now with 31 home runs. He already leads the American League in RBIs at the start of the day with 82. And he is certainly making some noise as far as MVP is concerned.
There's no doubt he's in that conversation.
So Murphy at first, Ibar to play with nobody out here in the second. Shot, fastball up and in.
Going up and in with a fastball. Making sure that Eric Ibar's not looking out over the plate. He's hit 7 batters this season. He will pitch inside, both lefties and righties.
Murphy takes off. Hit and run is fouled off. 1 ball, 1 strike. By now you know the story of Miguel Gonzalez, born in Mexico. His family came to the States in Southern California when he was very young. Went to San Fernando High School. LA Mission Junior College. Signed as a non-drafted free agent by the Halos in 04. Never got to the big leagues with the Angels. Ibar takes low. Hurt his arm in 08. In 09, the Red Sox took him as a Rule 5 selection, missed all of that season on the disabled list, and eventually signed with Baltimore in 2012 as a free agent. He's had a nice little run at the major league level since then. Last year, ended up going 10-9 with a 3.23 ERA.
Competes very well. Generally around the strike zone. Good hit and run count right now.
That's Rick foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Waiter set up outside. Off the plate, full count. Gonzalez getting up the home run to Calhoun. Play that had to be looked at via the replay system. So Cousin calling it in play with a double for Cole, and eventually overturned on the crew chief review.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of replay in the last couple of days between these two clubs.
A couple of plays at the plate last night. Murphy takes off. Ibar bounces from back to the mound. Gonzalez goes to second. They get the out. They turn the double play. 1-6-3 goes the twin killer. Bases clear for C.J. Cron.
Gonzalez does a lot of things well, fields his position extremely well. Under control in this throw. Right back at him, even with Murphy going. A perfect throw. The height of that throw allows Hardy to turn a double play. If you throw that low with the guy sliding in, going on a 3-2 pitch, there's no way you're turning two. But that was a perfect throw from Gonzalez. Well, now on the 1-6-3 double play to be turned.
Cron looks at a fastball for a strike. 264 on the year, 7 home runs and 23 RBIs. CJ at first base today. Fouls this one back. It's an 0-2 count.
Take a look at our 18th universe rewind on Friday night. C.J. Cron absolutely crushed the baseball. 456-foot home run for C.J. Cron. One of the furthest runs we've seen in a long time here.
That's announcing your presence with authority.
Yes. That's a pretty good swing right there also.
First career pinch hit home run for Cron. Ground ball back up the middle. Hits the glove, slows it down, and Scope can't handle it. That'll go as an infield base hit.
Cron going right back up the middle. Hit just slowed down. See how good Gonzalez fielded his position. Even put that glove down on the ball, hit that hard back up the middle. But Scope unable to control the baseball, so an infield hit for C.J. Cron.
So Connor Gillespie will bat. He is in the 8th spot in the order today. 228 on the season now. Well, that's a good start for the Angels, but he has really cooled off. He's at just 190 now overall. That's over 11 games. 8 for 42. A couple of doubles, a triple, a home run, 6 RBIs. Connor 0 for his last 14.
Talking to Don Baylor about Gillespie today. He'd like to see him get that bat head out a little bit quicker on the baseball. Baseball's been traveling a little bit too much for him. He's getting underneath, more of a loopy swing. Let's see him get that bat head out quick. Try to turn on a pitch on the inner half of the plate.
Now the 1-1 count. They shift 3 infielders to the right side. Machado the lone man at the shortstop position. One and two. Both Gillespie and DeJesus right now looking to bat really slow through the zone.
And Don Baylor has even talked about with the 2-0, maybe get them closer to the plate, forcing them to be quicker with their hands to get that bat head out and make solid contact.
Cron over at first base with 2 outs. Orioles up 2-1. It's down and in. Orioles scoring 2 runs in the first on Jared Weaver. 232 pitches in that first inning. The action happening really with 2 outs. A hit by pitch and back-to-back hits allowed to Wieters and Scope. Cole got one of those runs back. 16th of the year in the bottom of the first. Cron takes off. Gillespie fouls it back. Cron doesn't go this time. It's a full count.
Seen quite a few full counts in the early part of this game. Both pitches.
Davis playing behind Cron now with a 3-2 count and 2 outs. CJ will be on the move. And he walked him. So 2 on with 2 outs, and Iannetta coming up. First walk issued by Gonzalez. Chris had the night off last night with Carlos getting to start behind the plate. And a big 2 RBI double in the 6th inning of Friday night's game. 1 for 4 night. Look at his strike.
Cuts him off with a slider away. The pitch he hit for the double is a fastball down and in.
Halos last night 0 for 6 with men in scoring position, 4 for 14 in the series. Cued foul. Back to that breaking ball, 0-2. Climb the ladder.
I would imagine he's going to go right back outside with a slider again.
Outfield playing shallow once again for the Orioles, and the breaking ball misses. Tough take right there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a look at the outfield and the depth in which they play. That's been the series, all series long, or the case of series.
Won't be easy to score on a single with these outfield arms for Baltimore.
Breaking ball lifted out toward right center field. Jones is going to have to get on his horse. Seems like he's tracking it. He'll make the catch over the shoulder onto the track. The Angels will leave a couple of men on. 2 complete here at the Big A, and Orioles maintaining their 2-1 lead.
Jones going back on the baseball. Going to run that one down just in front of the warning track.
Jones and Davis here for Baltimore to face Jared Weaver. Had a very good second inning, a 1-2-3 frame with a couple of strikeouts. Three punch outs, no walks, 3 hits allowed for Jared. As Parra looks at a bender for a strike. Bouncer back to the mound in the first inning. So Parra's 0 for 1. Changeup 0-2.
Really getting a feel for both his curveball and changeup at this point.
Breaking ball, he hooks this one out toward right center field. It's a leadoff single for Parra. Brings up Jones. Hey folks, the Angels take on the White Sox on August 18th. That's a 7:05 start. Fans in attendance will receive a travel pillow courtesy of AAA while supplies last. Get your tickets by swinging by the Angel Stadium ticket office, or you can buy them online. Halos go on the road after today's ball game. Play the White Sox for 3, and then the Royals for 4. Come back home to play the White Sox and then the Blue Jays.
Blue Jays in that series, that 3-game series against the Yankees, in which they swept them, outscored them 10-1.
Adam Jones. This one foul and out of play. Big lead for Parra at first base. Check in on him.
Weaver doesn't get a ton of ground balls, but Adam Jones has rolled into 15 double plays.
And that fastball in off the plate. It's 1-1. Jones hits one toward short. It's a one-hopper. Should be an easy double play, and it is. 2 down.
Make that now 16 double plays he's rounded into. Hit well by Jones. The flip over from Eric Ibar. Again, a high throw. This didn't have quite as much as he wanted on that throw for Giavitello. Did have time. A little lower throw, a little bit more on it for Johnny Giavitello.
Base is clear for Chris Davis. It was the hit by pitch of Davis that kind of opened it up for the Orioles with 2 outs in the first inning. Davis waves at the first one. Waiters behind in the count, singled home a run, and then Scope out in front doubled home a run down the left field line. Davis skies went out to left, playable for Murphy. And Weaver's out of it. But at the bottom of the third, top of the order coming up for the Halos, down 1. Hashtag West Data Strong Fan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming Angels broadcast, and it's brought to you by T-Mobile. Giavotella, Calhoun, and Trot for the Angels here in the third. Johnny with a fly ball to left center field, tracked down by David Lowe. So he's 0 for 1. Through that first one, it's an 0-1 count. Johnny in the leadoff spot today after batting in the 8th spot the first 2 games of the series. And kind of a revolving door for the Angels ever since Mike Scioscia took Cole Calhoun out of the leadoff spot. This one's out to right field, and that will get down off the glove for a hit. Giavotella keeps on running. The throw from Parra, and safe at second.
Aggressive base running, and he challenged in a very, very good throwing arm out in right field.
Johnny never stopped. Parra kind of slow to get up. Terrific arm.
Almost made that play just in front of the glove. Trying to find the baseball. It's underneath his body at this point. But Johnny, as soon as he saw that ball down, he said, hey, I'm going to take a shot, even with that arm that Parra has. And a firm throw, but it was on the shortstop side of the base.
Orioles are taking a look at it downstairs, and that's why we have a little slight delay.
Well, he's definitely beat it there. As a matter of fact, he maintained contact with the base. Looked like he kept his foot there the whole time.
Yeah, the left hand and then the foot. That's the tough thing about that head first dive.
And Scioscia will never have a problem with that, even though Parra has a great throwing arm, trying to be aggressive, trying to score a run.
Dello with the 18th double of the year. Cole homering in the first inning, his 16th of the season, 60th RBI. Yeah, I think gets away from Wieters, and Giavotella with advance, an overthrown fastball.
Cole in the first inning against Gonzalez got a fastball that was trying to run out over the plate, but he crushed this ball to right field. Originally thought it was a double, but ruled a home run. It was over the wall and hit the back wall. Back into play for Cole. 16th home run, 11th home run here at the Big A. In a good fastball count now, 2-0. An opportunity to tie the game up at the very least.
Fouls out, one back. Fastball up and out of the zone. He likes those pitches. He likes to chase those high ones. It's 2-1.
He's trying not to chase that pitch, but it's that fastball. He just can't lay off that pitch. It's very difficult to make good contact on a high fastball like that.
Oh, so tantalizing, isn't it? Infield back for Baltimore. They lead it 2-1 here in the third. Nobody out. Wieters and Machado are going to back pick at third base with Giavotella. Gary DiSarcina reminded Giavotella to pay attention to get back to the bag.
That's a clear throw now for Wieters to third base with a left-handed batter up.
Count even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Leadoff double and a wild pitch, putting a man at third base, representing a tying run.
Weaver looking for some run support. Last couple of innings, very solid. But they're a tough first inning.
44 pitches thrown by Gonzalez, 31 of it strikes. No punch outs, 1 walk. And now 4 hits allowed. Trout, the man on deck. Breaking ball, missing away.
Another full count. Third full count. Weaver with 3 full counts.
Great 2, and he takes ball 4 upstairs.
Talk about him trying to be more patient on that high fastball. It's a good take.
So Trout will bat with the runners at the corners and nobody out. Trout 0 for 1. Grounded out into the shift in the first inning. Well, the man at first base to see Jonathan Scope chaining toward the middle, but he's on the second base side of the bag. Trout grounded out. Scope got that ball on the shortstop side. First one's fouled off, tied him up with a fastball in.
Always a good idea if you're a pitcher in these spots, especially in an RBI situation and a run producer, throw that first pitch fastball in. And jam Trout.
Another high fastball, 0-2. Oh, 2 count. Jim Attell at third, Calhoun at first.
First 3 pitches against Trout, all fastballs. Fastball in and then 2 fastballs upstairs.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
The wind blowing out, the left field flags are moving pretty good at times. That's a good carry to left center field for Trout. He's throwing a lot of pitches on the inner half of the plate against him.
Well, you've seen 4 fastballs, and all 4 have been up in the zone. Two-two pitch. Fastball fouled back.
One fastball upstairs again. This time got a little bit more of the plate. That'll make you change your mind on the fastball. The Trout farm looking for a baseball.
I'm not sure that Trout farm has seen a lot of home runs.
Not to that part.
By Trout. Check swing foul, another fastball up.
I think Trout might have been thinking he was going to go something soft away and down.
He's had 69 runs batted in on the season.
Back in again with a fastball.
And he tied him up with a fastball up, 1 down.
He was persistent with his fastball in the entire at bat and upstairs. Boy, credit Gonzalez for attacking that spot of the strike zone against Trout to keep trying to go upstairs to finally get a swing and miss.
So 1 out, first strikeout now for Gonzalez to go with the 2 walks. Here's Albert. Albert's been chasing pitches lately. 0-for-1 with a fly ball to right. What if at some point Calhoun's on the move here, try to stay out of a potential inning-ending double play?
Yeah, I think you have to consider, even though Gonzalez doesn't give up many stolen bases, he's only allowed 1 stolen base in 2 attempts against him this year.
Breaking ball for a strike. Texas has taken a 1-0 lead on Seattle early. It's the second inning. Still no score in Oakland. Here it's 2-1 Orioles. All 3 runs being scored in the first. Single by Wieters, a double by Scope. Baltimore 2-0 lead. Calhoun with a home run in the first. Long 3rd inning for Gonzalez. He's trying to capitalize. 1-1. 1-2. 20 pitches now thrown by Miguel. Wieters back outside. Gonzalez ready. The 1-2 is down and away. Hard slide.
Pretty good play by Wieters, but love that one. Just pulled over that front shoulder and overthrew the slider. He was able to get the glove on it.
Two now. Down with the off speed. Back-to-back strikeouts, 2 outs.
Albert continues to swing at that slider out of the strike zone. That might even been a split finger fastball, but in the dirt.
So 2 outs and Murphy up. Flared a single leading off the second. 1-for-1. One pitch foul off. 0-2.
Trying to find a way to score a run here, especially first and third. You have your middle of your order up with Trout and Pujols.
Double by Giavotella and a wild pitch put him at third base with nobody out. Cole worked a walk. Gonzalez with back-to-back strikeouts from Trout and Pujols. And that is out toward right field, hit pretty well. Parra racing back. He's near the wall. Score! Big fly for David Murphy on an 0-2 pitch. And the Halos have taken a 4-2 lead.
That's getting the job done on a mistake. And Murphy Hits that ball extremely well to right center field. Huge home run for Murphy. I wonder if Baltimore would take a look at this one. See if this is indeed over the wall, but a mistake. It stayed upstairs. And Murphy jumps on it.
I don't know why Buck Showalter's coming out. Let's see the arms over the yellow line there. And that's why Buck is out. It looks like might get a crew chief review here, get everyone together.
Especially as a second base umpire, you might have a better look at that angle to see if the arms are out over the wall when the fan makes contact with the baseball. Yeah, I think that's a home run. Now they're going to look at it.
Yeah, it'll be a crew chief review here. Tony Randazzo, the first base umpire, went out and is the one that made the call. The call on the field is a 3-run home run,
which would be career home run number 100 for David Murphy. Boy, it sure looks like it would be a home run.
Yeah, it's tough to tell without a camera on the wall to see where the arms are, but it appears as if that ball was going to clear, and it is a home run.
Congratulations to David Murphy, career number 100 home runs.
Well, you talk about picking up Trout and Pujols. As Miguel Gonzalez, one pitch from putting the nail in the coffin in this third inning for the Angels on an 0-2 count.
How often we talked about that? When you get through, you have no outs, you have two great sequences against two very good hitters, and all of a sudden you have a little bit of a letdown, especially 0-2. You make a mistake on that pitch.
Ibar takes a breaking ball outside. 6th home run of the season for Murphy. 3 RBIs, giving him 31 now in the season. Ibar drives one out to center field. Jones racing back there and not going to get there. This one a one-hop defense, and it's a double for Ibar. His 19th of the year.
Some carry here in the day. 2 home runs, a couple doubles. Over the head of Adam Jones. Pretty much down the part of the plate, running towards the outside part, but knee high.
Dave Wallace, the pitching coach, out to pay a visit. The Orioles starting to see some action now in their bullpen.
What a huge home run for David Murphy. Huge for the club. Milestone home run also, number 100, especially on an 0-2 count.
C.J. Cron takes a slider for a strike. Infield base hit in the 2nd inning for C.J. It's in tight. Left-hander T.J. McFarland getting ready.
Quite a few pitches thrown in this game for Gonzalez. 65 of them already here. We're still in the 3rd inning.
Ibar I think a walking lead. Cron breaks his bat, rolls a foul, pitch way in. It's 1-2.
66 pitches, 30 in this inning so far, 26 in the second. Only had 10 pitches to get through that first inning, even though he allowed a home run to Cole Calhoun.
Breaking pitch, and Cron goes down swinging to end the inning. 3 strikeouts the inning for Gonzalez, but one mistake on an 0-2 count. David Murphy delivers a 3-run blast and puts the Angels up.
Good swing on a mistake, brought his hands up and threw that baseball extremely well for home run number 100 in his career.
Run home run, giving the Angels a 4-2 lead as we begin the top of the 4th inning. Murphy talking yesterday after the game about not yet contributing to the ball club, and pretty much all the guys that the Angels acquired that the week before the trade deadline, or the Monday before, talking about himself and Victorino and David DeJesus and wanting to fit in. David quoted as saying, basically, you're an outsider until you do start to contribute. That's kind of his own personal feeling. That's how he was quoted. It's nice for him to come out in the 3rd inning with that 3-run blast.
Continues to put up some numbers against Baltimore.
Ball and a strike on Wieters. Will be followed by Scope and then Paredes here in the 4th inning. Change up missing low. 2-1.
Got quite a bit of the plate though.
We'll say this, it would have been one heck of a dagger to the chest if the Angels had come out of that 3rd inning with no runs. Wieters cues it foul. It's 2-2.
Especially when you have to go through Trout and Pujols and then Murphy to do so. But it's good to see other guys. We've talked about that so often. They've contributed so much, Trout and Pujols, this year, when the other guys come through, like a Giavotella or a Calhoun or then Murphy.
2-2, got him looking down, goes Wieters, he knew it, 1 down.
That perfect pitch, it's perfect timing here. We're down to time for Tool to Trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. Talking about precision with a curveball, starting at the belt and then in the dirt at 66 miles an hour. That good command of the breaking ball has been successful, starting up above the strike zone and then landing on the dirt. Curveball has been great, 66 to 69 range for Weaver.
Breaking ball is in there.
It's a good slider there too. See the differentials in the speed. 85 best fastball, 65 curveball. So you got 20-mile-an-hour differential. It's what you want from Weaver.
One and two. Scope an RBI double down the left field line of the first. Foul back. Weaver threw 31 pitches in the first, 12 in the second, 8 in the third. Just missed down and hit. Double for Scope, his 7th of the year, picking up his 20th RBI. Extending his inning streak to 8 games now. Native of Curacao. Fouls this one off. He was part of the Little League World Series championship team from Curacao back in '04. Home of one of the better nicknames in baseball, Hensley Bam Bam Mullins.
Oh, yes.
Foul at the plate.
The Little League World Series coming up shortly. The time of the year.
Hensley Mullins, the hitting coach for the Giants.
Giants all of a sudden struggling. Chicago playing well against them.
Bouncer foul. Dow remains at 2-2. Kansas City leading the White Sox 5-4. That game's in the 8th. Texas leading Seattle 2-1 at the bottom of the 3rd. Scoreless at the Coliseum. Astros in the A's. Here it's 4-2 Halos. Downstairs, full count.
Been a pretty good at bat for Scope against Weaver. It's been some pretty tough pitches Weaver has thrown him.
9 pitches so far. Here comes the 10th. Breaking ball, got it.
Slow little curve, 65-mile-an-hour curveball. We just showed that type of pitch on our tools of the trade just a couple seconds ago. That's another real good one. Exactly where this curveball starts and where it ends up and how far out in front he is, Scope, on that swing.
Jimmy Paredes to DH. Bouncer back to the mound his first time up. We'll look at his strike. One and one. Slow breaking ball. So tough to wait on it.
I mean, I think you're tracking it well, but it's difficult for your hands to stay back like that.
It's like when you're playing football with your friends out in the backyard. You're on defense. You got to count Mississippis. That's what the hitters got to do.
You might be counting Mississippi a couple of times on these curveballs today.
Missed inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and this showed that fastball to set up the breaking ball or even a changeup.
5 strikeouts for Weaver. 4 hits allowed. 2-2, got him. He strikes out the side. Shutdown inning for Jared Weaver. We head to the bottom of the 4th. 4-2 Angels. EPA estimated 31 highway miles per gallon. This car was made for driving in California. Visit Dodge.com. By AT&T Uverse, more live channels on the go than cable. And by the Acura It's That Kind of Summer event. Bottom of the fourth inning, the Angels with a 4-2 lead. 8-9-1 coming up for the Halos here. Gillespie, Iannetta, and Giavotella. Face Miguel Gonzalez. Had 3 strikeouts in the third inning, but faced 7 batters. And almost got out of the inning with no damage. But with Murphy, I should say, with a 3-run blast, his 6th of the year.
You're getting ready for Chicago, aren't you? Mercy.
Yeah. Absolutely.
With Hawk.
Two balls, no strikes on Connor, who drew a walk in the second.
Big shutdown inning for Weaver last inning. Well, that last changeup got Bradis out on. It was outstanding. 75-mile-an-hour changeup.
This one into foul territory. Machado drifting over. He'll run out of room. Two balls, 2 strikes. David Freese getting closer and closer to getting back. He was on the field today. And a modified BP. It was soft toss, but he was doing it from home plate.
He's hitting that ball pretty hard.
Yeah.
Off the tee started with soft toss. Now it's a matter of the throws across the diamond. That's the only part that's had a little bit of discomfort, is throwing the baseball. And he may be available to potentially be a designated hitter sometime next week, possibly if he comes out of that workout today well.
Breaking pitch, and that's bounced over to that's J.J. Hardy in the shift. 1 down. Hey, folks, on August the 20th, join us for Singles Night presented by the Big Brothers and Big Sisters of Orange County. For just $31, receive admission into the pregame mixer, drink specials, Angel Bucks, and a chance to meet your match. For more info and to purchase tickets, visit angels.com/singles. Swipe right or swipe left that night. Take your pick. That's what my friends have told me. Iannetta 0 for 1 with a fly ball center. Too soon?
It's clear in my mind right now.
3 strikeouts that Gonzalez has picked up in this game. We're all in the third inning. Issued 2 walks. Allowed 6 hits. That's inside. Last 4 road starts have been pretty good for Miguel. 3-1 and a 2.63 ERA. Two balls, 2 strikes.
Gonzalez has 4 pretty good pitches, but really he's been hurt by the long ball too in this game. 20 on the season.
Iannetta goes down swinging for round number 2.
Good hard slider. We talked about the 4 different pitches he has. He can throw them all pretty well. And a good curveball, slider, a split finger fastball in his fastball.
Johnny 1 for 2. He doubled and scored leading off that third inning. double his 18th of the year. Two balls, no strikes. Ground ball toward the middle. That'll sneak through for a base hit. Hardy just couldn't get there. Giavitello picks up his second hit of the afternoon and the 7th for the Angels.
Yeah, the top of the order have been pretty successful for the Halos in this game. Giavitello with 2 hits. Calhoun with a home run and a walk. 2 runs scored.
Cole 1 for 1 with a home run and a walk. 2 runs scored. One home run shy now of matching his 2014 total of 17.
Well, he had a pitch to tie that up. Exactly his zone where he can crush the baseball. He had a good swing at it, just pulled off it enough not to make contact.
Down low with the off speed. Good lead for Giavitello over at first base. And a 1-2 count. Trout on deck. Gonzalez has pitched Trout very well and Pujols very well in this ball game. "51 games left after today." And it's going to have to be the rest of that lineup kind of picking it up. Cole's done his part. Times the other guys have as well, including today. This is upstairs. They can't solely rely on Mike Trout to pick you up every single game.
No, especially because pitchers are focusing in, whether they're going that little extra mile with the fastball or pitching around Trout and force him to swing and pitches out of the strike zone. So the other guys with guys on base have to come through.
Breaking pitch, little roller foul on the first base side. Good slow breaking ball there by Gonzalez. Headed to Jesus, the afternoon off. Gonzalez at 85 pitches so far. 56 strikes. Nobody working in the bullpen right now. Two. Bouncer foul again.
Got all some tough pitches here. Off-speed pitch followed by a 2-seam fastball at 94. 86 pitches thrown for Gonzalez, including 57 of them second and third inning.
check swing. Didn't go, says Jerry Davis, and a full count. Johnny will get a head start over at first base.
Break a ball down and in. See if he's able to hold up. Yep. And with that momentum going forward to try to drive that breaking ball. Held up, did not swing.
Givatello takes off. The 3-2 got him looking. Cole knew it. And the Angels are done here in the fourth. We head to the fifth inning. Halos leading at 4-2.
Over the Orioles as we head into the fifth inning. Ken French back with you. Now, during our pregame show, we talked to Johnny Ott. He's a stadium ambassador, and every single game he finds a fan who has an anniversary or birthday to give him a gift. Well, today, Cadence turns 6. We're going to find her right now and give her a cool prize. So let's go on here. Come on down, and I have a feeling this is her right here at the aisle. Hi, excuse me, is your name Cadence? Do you turn 6 today? Well, on behalf of the Angels, we are going to give you this bag, 3 bobbleheads, and a backpack. Congratulations. Thank you. On the count of 3, everybody say happy birthday to Cadence. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday, Cadence.
Nice. All right, fellas, I'll send it back to you. My work here is done.
Thanks a lot, Frenchie.
He looks really, really good and comfortable.
I tell you what, if that reporting thing doesn't work out for him, he's got ambassador written all over him.
He is good.
Or Usher. This one pulled over to third. Gillespie has it. 1 down.
Or all the above.
Yeah. Still wish he would have gone onto the field yesterday. Take me out to the ball game.
Yeah, we were trying to get him to do so.
Baby steps, I suppose. Maybe the next homestand. He could buttercup it on the.
That would be the best.
The dugout suites. If anybody could buttercup, it'd be Ken French.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
David Lowe 0 for 1. He struck out in the second. 6 strikeouts for Weaver. No walks, 1 hit batter, 4 hits allowed. Struck out the side in the 4th inning. Last time Weaver struck out the side, it was June 26th of last year. That was against the Twins in the first inning. You got Weeder, Scope, and Paredes. 3-1.
Yeah, you got to fight your way back in this count right here, especially with Machado on deck.
Off speed in there. Full count on the 9th place hitter, David Lowe. Manny Machado on deck. And he got him. Down goes Lowe. He couldn't wait on that breaking pitch. 2 outs.
Well, his feel for that curveball, even his changeup today has been fantastic. Keeping that front shoulder in, slight variation in his delivery, and that curveball has been outstanding in this game. The Weaver curveball of old.
Machado a single with a run scored in the first inning, a strikeout in the second. 8 for 12 in the series. 6-game hitting streak now. 2-0. The time is called. Something wrong with Weaver, maybe? He's looking at his right hand. Blister?
Blood, yeah, on the thumb area.
Saw that earlier this year too, right?
Exactly. Sometimes you'll do that, especially on the breaking ball. When you follow through, your fingernail will get on the thumb area, and it's like it cut it. See if you can see it at that point. When the follow through with the finger, sometimes you'll go and get your thumb area. He's going to try to stop the bleeding.
Ibar messing around with Rick Smith.
Eric Ibar said, hey, leave that blood on the baseball. Might get some movement from it.
Yeah.
Been there before.
Whatever works, right?
Yes. Believe me. I've done that before.
Throw some blood on the baseball?
Yeah, when I've had that where in spring training where you get that blister and you get the blood on there. And this is what you see happen, especially with the circle changeup, where you see the fingernail on the thumb area. And that's where you're going to see that friction on there. You'll be able to, sometimes it will be able to cut the thumb. And that looks exactly what happened to Weaver on that follow through on his circle changeup.
It started bleeding again. Can't put a Band-Aid on it because on the pitching hand.
No, not on your pitching hand.
That liquid Band-Aid stuff work?
I still have some of that at home. Believe me. The kids always enjoyed that. There it is. Mike Scioscia's going to have Weaver around that 90 pitch count. He's getting close to that, trying to get him through this inning, and at that point probably go to the bullpen. Eric Ibar is always fun to have around in these times too. He enjoys the game.
2-0 count on Machado with 2 outs. Good change up there.
And right back to the changeup. Great location.
Traded one with Parra on deck.
Great curveball. What a feel he's had for that pitch. Keeping that front shoulder leveled up to be able to throw that breaking ball. Starting at the letters, then ends up below the strike zone at 66 miles an hour.
The payoff pulled over to third. Gillespie with a diving stop. Fires across the diamond in a 1-2-3 inning for Jared Weaver. We enter the bottom of the fifth. Trout, Pujols, and Murphy coming up. Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. 4-2 Halos here in the bottom of the fifth inning. Trout, Pujols, and Murphy coming up against Miguel Gonzalez. And it looks like Jared Weaver, his first start off the disabled list, more than likely done after 85 pitches as Corey Rasmus begins to loosen in the pen. Seven strikeouts, no walks for Weaver. He's 5 innings. The 1-0 downstairs, and it would have been more had he not gone through 32 pitches in that first inning, giving up 2 runs.
That's what we talked about even in the opening when it came to Weaver in that first inning, and that's the concern Mike Scioscia would have with Weaver today. That first inning, the adrenaline going.
John still unable to lay off that high fastball this afternoon. And it's 2 balls and a strike. Mike's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout in the third.
He's thrown him a lot of high fastballs. Can't imagine him not trying to do that against Trouty again.
Trout has just been very pedestrian in day games this year. Just a 262 batting average in the day. 328 at night games. Bouncing about 2 feet in front of the plate.
Some guys, some hitters I've talked to over the years, they just don't see the baseball quite as well in the day. Whether it's the glare, bright sunshine, trying to pick up the rotation of the seams out of the pitcher's hand in a day.
Fouled that one back last year at 331 in day games.
He's getting older. He's 24 now.
Oh. Starting to show his age. Three, two, and lifts this one out to its shallow left. Hardy going out, calling for it. Again, Gonzalez up and in with that pitch. Hey fans, the Angels host the Blue Jays on August 21st. That's a 7:05 start. Fans in attendance will receive a snapback hat courtesy of St. Joseph Hogue Health while supplies last. Get your tickets at the box office or online. Albert Pujols still for two with a fly ball to right and a strikeout. Orioles with action in their bullpen is TJ McFarland, who was up and loosening in the third inning. Back up once again. .96 pitches for Miguel. 97th is low. 2-0. Baltimore with 2 runs, 4 hits. They've stranded 2. The Angels with 4 runs on 7 hits. Left 4 men on base. Breaking pitch off the end of the bat, foul. 2-1. Seattle leading Texas now 3-2. That game's in the 5th. Jesus Montero with a home run. Danny Valencia with a home run for the Oakland Athletics, giving them the lead 1-0 in the 4th over the Astros. Valencia just recently picked up. Now disguise this one. The shallow right field. Davis going out. Parra comes racing and calls for it and makes the last-second snag for the second out.
Well, when you think about how far he had to go to make that play. Almost made his way to the infield dirt. See how far he's got to go. And looking up and seeing where Davis is. Davis gets out of the way and then catches that little snow cone.
That stutter step because of Davis being there.
Yeah, you don't want to run into him.
He's running. I mean, Parra would be running into a wall. Be like a cartoon character, bouncing right off. That'd be a big swing. And a foul ball back. David 2 for 2 this afternoon with a single in the second and a 3-run home run in the third. Home run for him, his 100th career home run.
Mistake here from Gonzalez upstairs. Murphy, home run number 100 of his career, a 3-run home run. Huge home run.
Now 6 for 10 in his career against Gonzalez. Swing and a miss. Ball gets by Wieters. And Murphy will reach. It's going to be a pass ball, right? That was like a fastball. See how they rule it. Because it's a strikeout, but whether it's a wild pitch or pass ball remains to be determined. Here comes Buck Showalter.
It looked like, yeah, a split finger fastball. It almost looked like it was going to hit him.
They're calling that a wild pitch, so it looks like Gonzalez is going to be done here. He'll depart with 2 outs and a man on, with Ibar coming to the plate, and the Angels leading it 4-2. MercuryInsurance.com to get a fast free quote and see how much you can save.
And by Hyundai, the summer clearance is going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Halos up 4-2 here in the bottom of the 5th inning with 2 outs, and after a wild pitch on the punch out, tough way to come out of a game, but Miguel Gonzalez is done. 102 pitches in 4 2/3. 7 hits, 4 runs, all earned. He's responsible for Murphy at first base. As TJ McFarland takes over on the mound, it's our in and out, who's in, who's out. McFarland pitching in his 14th Major League game this year. 0-1 record at 2.35 ERA.
Yeah, fastball, 89 to 93 range, slider, changeup.
Originally a 4th round pick by the Indians in 07. Orioles used a Rule 5 selection on him prior to 2013 campaign. Up and down the last couple of years at the Major League level. Ibar shoots one out toward right center field. Long run for Adam Jones, and he's not going to get there. Ricochets off the wall. Murphy's going to be stopped at third as Jones got that baseball back into the infield quickly.
What a job that Jones did getting that baseball in, like you said, Victor, quickly off the wall. Turned around and fired it right in to the cutoff man. Even Gary DiSarcina, not much of an option as far as trying to send Murphy home. And Ibar's hit 2 baseballs extremely well to center field, now right center field. 2 doubles in the game. See how well that Jones played this baseball off the wall, quickly got it in.
Intentionally walk Crone here to load him up.
You can see where Murphy's at. And when that baseball's already into the cutoff, man, there's no way that Gary DiSarcina can send him home.
Connor Gillespie is on deck. You wonder if Shane Victorino is going to come out, and sure enough, it'll be Victorino pinch hitting here for Gillespie once this intentional walk is completed, and now it is. So Featherston will take over at third base. Gillespie finishes the game 0 for 1 with a walk. Nobody's loosening for the Orioles. Victorino with the Angels 2 for 11. One was a bunt hit. Just 38 games this year, 238 average. As a pinch hitter, 2 for 4. A couple of stints on the disabled list, a hamstring and a calf strain, limiting the veteran. McFarland's first one is outside. Ball 1.
Pretty close to a strike.
Murphy at third, Ibar second, and Crone at first base. The rally started on a strikeout wild pitch to Murphy. That one caught the corner. It's 1-1. Bounce a foul. One-two fouled off. Back to that fastball at 94.
He's got a good one. It throws back. 72% of his pitches are fastballs.
Victorino grounds one toward Hardy. He dives, knocks it down, flips it to second, and they force out Crow. Nice play by J.J. Hardy.
There's a reason why he's won a number of Gold Gloves, showing his range on that play.
5 complete. Halos still up 4-2. Implications as the Angels take on the American League Central leading Royals, followed by the Nationals taking on the Giants. Coverage begins on Saturday I should say, at 4 p.m. Pacific, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. As a matter of fact, the Angels will be on national TV twice, on Saturday and then the Sunday night game on ESPN in Kansas City. Top of the 6th inning, 4-2. Angels on top. And Corey Rasmus takes over on the mound for Jared Weaver. They'll have a new third baseman as Featherston comes in to replace Gillespie. Rasmus 2-0 with a 1.56, pardon me, 0-0 with a 2.70 ERA, 5th game, one of which was a start. 6 2/3 innings, 4 hits, 8 strikeouts, and 3 walks. They'll face 2, 3, and 4 for Baltimore here in the 6th inning. Parham, Jones, and Davis. Gerardo Parra, the right fielder, 1 for 2, single, and a bouncer back to the mound.
Good spot with his fastball. Rasmus with 4 quality pitches: fastball, slider, curve, very good changeup.
One and 2. Giving it a look into the seats. Weaver today went 5 innings, 4 hits, 7 strikeouts, 2 runs. Both of those runs occurring in the 1st inning. The 1st inning that kind of snowballed on him a little bit after the hit by pitch on a 1-2 count to Chris Davis. Cole Calhoun got one of those runs back in the 1st inning. A solo shot, and the Angels scored 3 in the 3rd on Murphy's home run. Count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes. So the Angels taking a page out of the Orioles playbook. Long ball.
Long ball.
Orioles, I mentioned earlier in the game, 4th in the American League. The Angels 6th in home runs, 122 now. Orioles at 139. Breaking pitch, and that is hammered out to right field. Cole pulls up. That one is gone. A home run for Parra to make that 140. As Parra hits his first as an Oriole, and it's a 4-3 Angels lead.
And pretty much down right down the heart of the plate. All speed curveball. Stayed back on that one well. He has good power. That's his 10th home run combined this year.
It's too good of a pitch with 2 strikes.
Especially you can expand the zone. Stay back on that one well. If he bounces it, he's got a chance to get him out, but too much of the plate.
Adam Jones looks at a strike. Center fielder's 0 for 2 this afternoon with a strikeout and a double play ball. Second home run Rasmus is allowed down. 5 appearances this year. Jones is tardy on that fastball. So the count remains at 0-2. Chris Davis on deck. Outside, overthrown fastball. Home run by Parr, the 5th hit for Baltimore. Had 9 home runs as a member of the Brewers earlier this year. That was 10th overall in the season. Jones lifts one up on the first base side. Foul territory. Crone coming down the line. That's to avoid Adam Jones, and there's the first out.
So he's going right at him.
Look at the Honda upcoming schedule. The Angels will head out of town after the game today. Take on the White Sox for 3 games beginning tomorrow night. All 3 night games, and all 3 left-handers on the mound for the White Sox. Sale, Rodon, and Danks. The Angels will counter with Shoemaker, Santiago, and Heaney. And it's off to Kansas City for a 4-game set before returning home a week from Monday against the Sox. Davis skies one out to deep right field, and the Orioles have tied this game up at 4. Just like that. That is their MO. Davis, his 29th of the year, and a 2-run lead has dissipated here in the 6th inning.
And that's the 6th home run that Baltimore has hit in this series. Talk about the keys coming into the series against Baltimore. Keep the ball in the yard. Weaver did an excellent job of doing that, but this inning Rasmus has not been able to do so. 29th home run for Davis. It's that zone down and in to a left-handed batter. Dangerous spot. He was ready for that pitch on that inner half of the plate.
See Ryan Nedo's at how far back he had to reach for that pitch. Here's Wieters, swings and misses on the off speed. So 4-4 tie here in the 6th inning.
10th home run for Davis in his last 18 games.
Wieters today 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the 1st and a strikeout looking in the 4th. Down goes Wieters for out number 2.
Second baseman, number 6, Jonathan Scope.
There is a lot of power in this lineup for Baltimore, 1 through 9. If you don't hit your spots with your pitches, they hit mistakes very well.
Jonathan Scope 4 for 8 in the series. 1 for 2 this afternoon. This one's popped up behind the plate and headed to the seats. The
how big of a play now was that by J.J. Hardy to finish off that last inning. The Gold Glove winner.
Yeah. Halos have 9-1-2 coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Farland appears to be coming back out. There's no action in the Orioles pen. Iannetta, Giavitello, and Calhoun coming up for the Angels. 4-4 here in the 6th inning. Pair of solo home runs for the Orioles. This one's grounded over to third. Featherston has it. That'll do it for Baltimore, but Rasmus gives up a couple of long balls. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th in a 4-4 game.
In Seattle, King Felix at this point has the 3-2 lead over Texas. And can Bassett hound Houston. Right now, Chris Bassett is throwing 6 shutout innings against the Astros as Oakland leads that game 1-0. King Felix, though, career-wise against Texas, 14-21 with a 3.92 ERA coming into the game.
Chris Iannetta 0 for 2. Fly ball to center, to strikeout. Iannetta now 3 for his last 31. Tough month of July. He is struggling here in the month of August to start. 1-2.
That real big double on Friday night. To get that swing carried on to the next game, the change-ups and sliders away, it's really been difficult for him.
Dribbles this one over to third. Machado has it. And Alfredo Griffin pointing to the foot of Davis. Iannetta thrown out for the first down.
It looked like he maintained contact with the base.
And Osados now getting ready. Giavitello 2 for 3 game with a double and a single. Takes outside. Johnny 4 for 10 in the series. Seattle, by the way, has extended their lead to 4-2 over Texas. I mentioned that game in Oakland. Just a Danny Valencia solo home run. Scoring in that game so far. A tough week on the road for the Astros, as it was for the Angels last week. This one back up the middle. Giavatello with a 3-hit game.
Using that middle of the field effectively in this game for Johnny Giavatello.
Cole this year against left-handed pitching at .264 batting average.
A lot of room to left field down that left field line, especially against Farland with his firm fastball, and he throws that fastball away a lot.
Cole 1 for 2 with a home run, a walk, and a strikeout. Looks at a strike. Just off the plate. Rung up by Will Little. Hit by Giavatello, the 9th for the Angels today. Angels have left 7 men on base. Angels 1 for 6 in this ball game. He's been in scoring position. Trout on deck. 0-2 to Cole. A borderline pitch, very similar to the one that got called a strike.
I was going to say the same thing. The 0-0 pitch, same spot, was called a strike.
.4-4 here in the bottom of the 6th inning with 1 out. A couple of solo home runs for Baltimore in the 6th inning, tying this game up. Toward right field, chasing Parra back. Still moving back on another track. He'll make the catch. McFarland just got in enough on the hands to jam Cole. 2 outs.
You're exactly right on that one, Victor. He was trying to get his arms extended, but got it in there just enough to keep that one in the yard. Didn't quite get the barrel of the bat. Close, not quite there. Baseball is still drifted pretty far back, right in front of the wall.
Trout happy to see Gonzalez out of the game. He's 0 for 3 against him today. Mike is grounded out, struck out, and popped out.
Good movement he gets on his fastball at 93, right on the outside corner. Turns that one over, sink action. So far all his fastballs have been in the lower part of the strike zone, which plays into that swing path for Mike Trout.
One and 2. Astros have tied things up in the 6th inning. It's a 1-1 game, still batting in the top of the 6th. One, two, bounce to the left side. Machado has it. Fires over to first, John retired for the 4th time today, and the Angels are done here in the 6th inning. We head to the 7th. It's a 4-4 tie. And the wild card, Toronto won today, so currently a 1-game lead over the Angels for that first wild card spot. The Orioles 2 back of the Angels for the second wild card spot. The Angels a game and a half back of the Astros. That game is tied up going to the bottom of the 6th inning at the Coliseum, and Texas trailing Seattle 4-2. That game is in the 7th. Kansas City running away with the Central Division. They are pretty much in cruise control now. Something would really have to happen for the wheels to come off, because Minnesota has really struggled in the second half of the season.
Remember, the whole conversation was, especially the beginning part of the year, the best division in all of baseball was the AL Central. Now only with one team with a 500 record. That's Kansas City, 22 games over 500.
The Twins, when they rolled into town, that was on July 21st, were 8 games over 500 at 50 and 42. That's how tough it's been for them in the second half. Fernando Salas takes over on the mound here. Pitched Friday to a total of 4 pitches. Takes the bottom third of the order as Paredes takes a big rip, fouls it off. Salas 2-1, a 4.35 ERA, pitching in his 49th game, 41 in the 3rd innings. 45 strikeouts and 7 walks. Paredes to DH, 0 for 2, and a bouncer back to the mound with a strikeout. Bouncer to the right side. Giavotella has it. 1 down.
Job by John Giavotella on that ground ball. Was in front of it. A good throw to first base.
Corey Rasmus, a rough 6th inning. 2 hits, both home runs. Took a 4-2 lead. Turned into a 4-4 tie. Hardy looks at a strike. JJ 0 for 2. A couple of ground downs and 1 fine defensive play. And that was off the bat of Victorino, the pinch hitter, in the 5th inning.
Yeah,
2 out to the bases loaded.
That's a 6-2 lead if that ball gets by him.
Cued up the first base line. Crone takes it himself. 2 outs. Follow the Angels the rest of the season with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or tablet today. Two outs, bases clear for David Lowe, the left fielder. 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. Handles in the bottom of the 7th with Pujols, Murphy, and Ibar. McFarland will come back out. He's gone an inning at a third so far. One and two. Little has called that outside pitch too all day.
You got to take advantage of that. Go a little bit further out off the outside corner now.
And Lowe goes down swinging. Third strikeout of the game for David Lowe. Salas has a 1-2-3-7 stretch time. It's a 4-4 tie. Fan photo of the game. Tweet us your strongest fan photo to hashtag WestDataStrongFan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast, and it's brought to you by T-Mobile. TJ McFarland back out of the mound for the bottom of the 7th inning. It's a 4-4 game. The Angels have 4, 5, and 6 coming up. Pujols, Murphy, and Ibar. McFarland has gone an inning and a third so far. Great to see servicemen and women in attendance here. Fleet Week, right? What
yes.
French said earlier this week.
Yes.
The folks that Kent talked to from Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, they get our broadcast out there in Hawaii.
It was Wednesday afternoon. Just walked off on the Cleveland Indians. Bulls 0 for 3. A couple of fly balls to right and a strikeout. Ball and a strike. Action in the Orioles pen. Darren O'Day getting ready. pitched last night. Won it. Gave him 3 hits, but nothing more. Bouncer to the right side, and that is just foul. Tony Randazzo with the call.
Socha may look at this. He's certainly going to run down and have a conversation.
Give Dino an opportunity.
That's real close to the chalk, at least from that angle, but Randazzo was very close to that play, better angle.
The question is where the ball crossed the bag. Because it was a chopper, it wasn't a line drive. As the ball crosses the bag, regardless of where it ends up bouncing, it's a fair ball. Tony's saying that it never touched the corner of the base. On a line drive, the ball has to hit the chalk in order for it to be fair. One, two. This one's skied to left. Playable for David Lowe. One down. Brings up David Murphy. A couple of hits today, including career home run number 100.
In the 3rd inning on an 0-2 pitch. Gonzalez tried to elevate a fastball, but got a little bit too much to the plate. Murphy, a 3-run home run. His first as an Angel. A big home run, 2 hits in the game for Murphy. Been on base 3 times. Hyundai key for this game. Goodbye, blue sky. We talked about the baseball carrying. It certainly has 4 home runs hit, including a 3-run home run by this man right here, David Murphy, career number 100 as far as home runs.
Pretty good fastball. And this one's pulled over to first. Davis takes it himself. 2 outs. Trevor Gott getting ready. He'll pitch the 8th. Top of the order coming up for Baltimore. Machado, Parra, and Jones. Eric Monty down with foul. A couple of doubles today. One to center, one to right center field. He's 2 for 3 overall. Eric now with 20 doubles on the season. This one out to right field. Parra moves back, puts it away, and McFarland with a 1-2-3 7th. We head to the 8th, still tied up at 4.
Head into the 8th inning. I'm Alex Curry, and make sure you stick around after the game for Angels Live post-game show. Tim Salmon and Jose Mota will join me here at the desk. Kent French will have all the interviews. We'll hear from Mike Sosa. We'll talk about Jared Weaver's return, who was lights out after that first inning. And then the bats woke up today. David Murphy getting his 100th career home run. Now, he said he was struggling when he first came to the team, so on his day off, he went to Disneyland with his 4 kids and his wife to just enjoy the time off. He came back Friday, went 2 for 4 with an RBI, and today on base 3 times with that 3-run home run. So Victor Gubi, I'm thinking the happiest place on earth may have rubbed off a bit on Murphy.
Can't hurt that Baltimore. He's swung to bat well in his career against the Orioles. It's kind of like having the team meeting the night before your ace is going on the mound.
Yeah,
right?
you feel good about that.
Exactly.
Disneyland's a lot of fun.
Machado, Parra, and Jones. Salas still in the game. He had a 1-2-3, 7th inning. No balls, 2 strikes. Machado 1 for 3. He singled and scored in the first inning. Weaver went 5 innings, gave up 2 runs on 4 hits and 7 strikeouts. Rasmus 1 inning, gave up 2 runs, 2 home runs, and now Salas. Machado chasing the high fastball, goes down swinging, and there's out number 1.
Good left from that fastball upstairs. Gets it by. Machado's had a very, very good series for Baltimore against Angel pitching.
Ronald Parra with a leadoff home run off Rasmus in the 6th inning. 2-hit game today, 2 for 3. Home run by Parra, his first. It's being acquired from the Milwaukee Brewers on the July 31st non-waiver trade deadline. His 10th of the season. That's a called strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night. 2 down.
I think he was looking for another all-speed pitch. That's what he hit out. Last at bat. And another fastball, firm fastball. It got a lot of the plate. No doubt, strike.
14 pitches, 13 strikes for Salas. Still work to be done here with the dangerous Adam Jones up. Center fielder 0 for 3 this afternoon. Strikeout, double play ball, and a pop-up in foul territory. And still tied at 1 at the Coliseum. That game's in the 7th inning. Seattle leading Texas 4-2 in the 8th. This one's down low. Toronto shut out the Yankees 2-0. Boston over Detroit 7-2. Cleveland over Minnesota 8-1. The Rays 4-3 winners over the Mets. Kansas City took care of the White Sox. This one down the right field line. Long run for Cole. Slice and foul. Evens up the count. O'Day's warming up at the pen, so it looks like he'll be coming on in relief in the bottom of the 8th inning. As McFarland has worked 2 1/3. Angels have the bottom third of its order coming up. Crone, Featherston, and Iannetta. To 1 count.
Gotta be real careful here with Jones number of pitches out of the strike zone, changed its speeds, went away from the fastball.
And there's a walk. 2 outs. And to bring up Chris Davis.
First baseman, number 19, Chris Davis.
Davis, a 1-for-2 game, hit by a pitch and a run scored in the first. His home run in the 6th inning, the second one allowed by Rasmus, tied this game up 4. His 29th of the season, 80th RBI. Two quick outs for Salas on the strikeouts. Being overly careful with Jones, ends up walking him. The Angels outfield very deep, no doubles alignment. Good breaking ball, and evens the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. Baltimore with 6 hits today, the Angels with 9. Checking on Jones. Orioles don't run a whole lot, but shot of the team leaders we pointed out throughout the series with 15 bags. Jones has 3, and he's been caught once. One and 2.
Jam him on that fastball. When you get inside on Davis with a fastball, but it has to be above the belt.
One, 2. Downstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Salas ready. Got him swinging on a high fastball. Down goes Davis, and we will head to the bottom of the 8th. Still tied at 4. Houston with playoff implications. The Angels taking on the Royals, followed by the Nationals and the Giants. Coverage begins Saturday at 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Right-hander Darren O'Day takes over on the mound for T.J. McFarland, who worked 2 1/3 scoreless innings, allowing 2 hits and 1 walk and 1 big defensive play by J.J. Hardy. O'Day pitched last night, went 1 inning. It's his 44th game, 5-1, and a 1.28 ERA. O'Day with 54 strikeouts, 11 walks at 42 1/3 as Crone pulls the slider foul, and it's an 0-1 count.
He's got to think in terms of driving the ball to right center field against O'Day. Still have time to make an adjustment because O'Day doesn't overpower you with velocity on his fastball, but think middle to right center field if you're C.J. Crone.
Gave up 3 hits in his 1 inning outing last night. This was fouled back. Did not allow a run. Crone 1 for 2 and single. Strikeout and a walk. Intentionally walked the 5th inning. This one's flared down the right field line. Parra moving over is there. 1 out.
Number 8.
6 in a row retired by Orioles pitching since that single at Giavitello in the 6th. Here's Taylor Featherston for his first plate appearance. Took over defensively in the 6th inning. Featherston just a 133 hitter this year. 10 for 75. 3 doubles, a home run, and 5 RBIs. Oh, 1 count. Here's Street getting ready. The pitch to the 9th. One ball, 1 strike. Almost got him to chase a slider.
It's that spot where Taylor would love to have that pitch back in that zone, in inner half.
There's the 1-2. Fastball high. High net on deck. 1 out here in the 8th. There's a little flare out the left center field. That'll get down for a base hit.
Good things happen when you just try to put the ball in play. Shorten up your swing, just trying to make contact, especially with 2 strikes. That's a pretty good speed at first base. A tough angle that O'Day throws. That slider just off the end of the bat. Punches it in the outfield for a base hit.
David DeJesus is going to come out and pinch hit for Chris Iannetto. So Chris finishes the afternoon going 0 for 3.
O'Day is just allowed 2 stolen bases in 3 attempts. Pretty quick to the plate. Solid move over to first base also.
Machado playing even with the grass over at third base. First pitch swinging, fouls it back. DeJesus, a .240 hitter this year. 5 home runs and 28 RBIs. 3 for 15 as a pinch hitter. He's 2 for 26 with the Halos. In his career, 1 for 5 against Aaron O'Day. Featherston always off to a big lead at first base.
Almost looked like he was leaning. This thing, you got to wait for O'Day to get to that set position. A lot of movement before he gets set.
Featherston takes off. The pitch is outside. The throw down is on the shortstop side of the base, and Featherston has a stolen base.
Looked like he had a shot at him if that throw was second base side of the bag. And Wieder's strong throwing arm has thrown out over 31% of would-be base stealers this season. But not a good throw for him. We're so used to that firm throw. Featherston with his 3rd stolen base. They're checking it out to see.
No challenge from the Orioles. A ball on a strikeout to Jesus. Pinch hitting for Chris Iannetta. Now the 1-1. High fastball, 1-2. Outfield shallow all the way around, low and left. Jones in center, Parra in right. Hardy trying to keep Featherston close to the bag at second. 4-4 tie here in the 8th. The 1-2 pitch. Almost hit him. 2-2. Figure that type of pitch is to set up. Going back outside.
Just a little flare in the left field will work.
The 2-2. Slider fouled off. Giamatello on deck. A 3-hit game for Johnny. A couple of singles and a double. Featherston with a 1-out single. That presents that go-ahead run here in the 8th. And DeJesus strikes out swinging. He'll go back outside with that fastball. 2 outs.
Second baseman, number 12,
He ran that 2-seamer running away. It's a swing and miss against Jesus.
David seems to wanting to cheat on that inside part of the plate. So it's up to Giamatello here with 2 outs.
Giamatello has been very, very good. So that stat as far as what he's done in these close late game situations. He's had a very solid game already. 3 hits, looking for his 4th hit.
0 for 4 in his career against O'Day. One ball, 1 strike.
All 3 outfielders playing pretty shallow. Important if Giamatello gets a base hit that Featherston good secondary lead to be able to score. Still trying to keep him close at second.
Johnny's never had a 4-hit game. Today his 11th 3-hit game of his career. Now the 1-1 pitch. One and two.
Good spot to do some damage too if you're Johnny. Inner half. Kind of spinning up there. That slider didn't get it where he wanted to, O'Day.
The 1-2. And he chases the slider. And the Angels waste an opportunity. Halo's now 1 for 8 with men in scoring position today. We head to the ninth, tied at 4. Mike Scioscia brings on Houston straight. Baltimore with 5, 6, and 7 coming up, and Wieters, Schoop, and Paredes. Houston seeing action for the first time of the series. Last pitched on Tuesday, went 1 inning in that one. That was a game in which the Angels were shut out 2-0 by the Indians. Limited amount of action for Houston since the All-Star break. In that appearance on Tuesday, just threw a total of 6 pitches.
This will be his 16th game against Baltimore. 1.76 ERA for Street in his career.
He's got a new battery mate. Carlos Perez takes over. Zaynetta was pinch hit for in the 8th inning. Houston ready to go. Matt Wieters ready to step up. He's 1 for 3 today with an RBI single in the first inning. Orioles scored twice in the first against Jared Weaver, and then Weaver settled down 5 solid innings. After throwing 32 pitches in that first inning, gave up a total of 4 hits, struck out 7 and just 2 runs. Rasmus gave up the 2 solo home runs in the 6th inning that tied this game up. Salas went 2 scoreless, striking out 4 and walking 1. Now it's Street here in the 9th. RBI that Wieters picked up in the first inning, his 17th of the year. Featherston, the lone man on the left side of the infield with the shift on. It's a rolled foul. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. Two.
elevated that pitcher a little too high, fastball. Going to sink that one down, stayed upstairs. Weeder's able to foul that one off.
This one flips it out to shallow left. Featherson backpedaling out. Murphy coming in, but it'll be Taylor with the catch. One out.
Second baseman, number 6, Jonathan Scope.
Jonathan Scope, a 1-for-3 game with an RBI doubled in the first inning. He takes low. Dangerous hitter. 8 home runs this year for Scope. That's in 36 games.
Especially on the inner half of the plate.
One ball, one strike.
You can throw breaking balls and fastballs away against him.
Downstairs, 2 balls, 1 strike. Chopper. Houston bobbles the baseball and Scope will reach. Just kind of mistimed that jump a little bit. There goes an infield base hit.
He's a very good fielding pitcher, Street, but a tough one, especially when you're dealing with the grass and dirt and the jump and the timing of it. I think that's the only play you're going to have is Houston Street making that play. Only able to get that baseball back. Wise decision not throwing it at that point.
Paredes takes outside. The DH is 0 for 3 today. One ball, one strike. Mariners hang on to defeat the Rangers 4-2 in the finale of that set in Seattle. At the Coliseum, Houston and Oakland tied at 1 in the 8th inning. Here 4-4, the 9th. That is out toward right field. Cole coming on, and he'll make the catch.
Good read off the bat by Cole to be able to get to that baseball. If he waits back on that, he's not going to make that play. Good read, and quickly cutting that one off to make the play.
So 2 outs to J.J. Hardy stepping up. Hardy. Skies on the third base side. This one headed to the seats. 0-1 count. Hardy is grounded out 3 times. The only guy he hasn't grounded out to is the second baseman, Giovitello. Halos in the bottom of the 9th inning have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up. Brad Brock, Zach Britt getting ready for Baltimore. Checking in the scope over at first base.
1 stolen base on the season.
Ball gets away from Perez. A hard breaking ball. Scope will head to second. And he'll stop right there.
Overthrown slider. Didn't quite get the body over quick enough, Carlos Perez, to keep that in front of him.
One ball, one strike on the Orioles shortstop. Ground ball to second. There it is.
There he's got all the infielders.
That's it. He's grounded out for the cycle. Way to the bottom of the 9th inning. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up for the Halos in a 4-4 game. Buck Showalter's gone to the bullpen. It's Brad Brock on in relief. Native New Jersey. Pitching for the second time of this series, and he gets 2, 3, and 4. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols here in the 9th inning. Darren O'Day, a scoreless 8th, giving up a hit to Featherston and nothing more. Also picked up a couple of strikeouts.
Brock fastball, firm fastball, 91-96. Slider, good one. Throws quite a few of them, and changeup. Cole in the first inning against Gonzalez. A home run. His 16th, 11th of the season here at the Big A for Cole.
Cole 1 for 3 with a home run in the first inning. Calhoun 0 for 1 in his career against Brock. Lifted out to shallow left. David Lowe makes the catch, and there's out number 1. So it'll bring up Trout. Tough afternoon for Mike. 0 for 4. A couple of ground outs, a strikeout, and a pop-up. Slider down and away. John 1 for 2 against the right-hander.
Brock has allowed 5 home runs in 52 innings pitched.
Down and in with the off-speed.
He's going slider, followed with a changeup.
Two and 1.
Amazing how shallow these outfielders play for Baltimore, even with Trout at the plate.
Time was called. Brock doesn't waste any time on the mound. Padres 42nd round pick back in 08 out of Monmouth University, New Jersey. Two and 2.
Baltimore's been throwing a lot of fastballs in and up against Trout.
Not really strikes either. Here comes the 2-2. Called strike 3. Down goes Trout. 2 outs. 0 for 5 now.
Look at that fastball off the plate in, goes fastball away. Locates perfectly.
Two outs, bases clear for Albert, who's 0 for 4. So 3 and 4 for the Angels combined for 0 for 9 so far. Trevor Gott loosens just in case we go to the 10th. Albert takes low. Pujols 2 for 3 in his career against Brock, including a walk. Shoots this one foul.
Albert with 11 career walk-off home runs. Last one was a year ago today, a 19-inning game against the Boston Red Sox.
1 and 2. Downstairs. Angels with a pretty good opportunity in the 8th inning with Featherston at second and 1 out. Jesus struck out, as did Giavatello. Full count.
Overthrowing a changeup.
There's a payoff pitch. And there's ball 4. So a 2-out walk. Puts Albert on board. And David Murphy coming to the plate. Two-hit game for David. 2 for 4. With a 3-run home run in the 3rd inning. First as an Angel. 6th on the season. And he lays off for the first one, and it's ball 1.
That outside corner has been called a lot. That pitch was a little bit off the outside corner.
Will Little has been consistent throughout the entire game, calling that pitch. One and 2.
Same thing off the plate. According to our Fox tracks, got a half a baseball or baseball off the outside corner.
Albert takes off, and the pitch is outside. The third out of second, and it's a stolen base.
With a running start, 3rd stolen base, 101st of his career.
He lied to us. He said he was going to stop at 100.
Setting up the rest of the league. Great jump. Wieters had no chance. You're sitting home thinking, well, maybe Mike Scioscia was going to pinch run. There's no available position players left.
You got to go with a pitcher.
Slides in there.
And the outfield in a couple of more steps now. Murphy with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Takes ball 3. Full count. And it's Ibar on deck.
And Ibar has swung the bat very, very well today himself. I believe Brock's going to throw a changeup here.
We've seen Murphy flare a couple of them out the left field already in this series. Time is called. Oakland leading Houston now at the bottom of the 8th, 2-1. Texas has already lost to Seattle. 4-4 here in the 9th with 2 outs. Pujols, the winning run at second base. Payoff pitch. Murphy chops it foul.
Got that all-speed pitch.
Another payoff. Murphy strikes out swinging on what would have been ball 4. We head to the 10th, tied up at 4.
the get-go. Baltimore an early lead, but Cole Calhoun solo shot. Bottom of the first, cut the lead for Baltimore to 2-1. Then a 3-run home run. David Murphy giving the Angels a 4-2 lead. But then Baltimore battles back against Rasmus. Parra gets a hanging breaking ball out over the plate. It's a solo shot. And then Chris Davis fastball down and in. Off the head of the bat and hits a home run, ties it up at 4. Where we're at right now here in the top of the 10th inning.
Trevor Gott takes over on the mound, and he will be facing 9-1-2. Gott pitching in his 24th game, 1-0 mark at 2.01 ERA, 12 strikeouts, 5 walks, and 22 1/3 innings. David Lowe, Manny Machado, Gerardo Parra. Houston Street with a scoreless 9th inning, allowing a hit. That's it. Tough afternoon for David Lowe. The left fielder's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. One and two, or pardon me, 2-1. Pitch missing off the plate apparently. Oh, chopper to the right side. Gott takes it, flips it to Cron. The out is recorded.
A lot of times you want to take that yourself as a pitcher and take that throw out of the equation. Just run over and touch the base. Still good job as far as getting off the mound quickly for Trevor Gott. He's in position either apply a tag or to go to the base himself. Especially when you have a first baseman trying with that footwork to be able to get on the base. Good and out for Gott.
Machado 1 for 4 game, was single with a run scored in the first inning. Trevor pitched Friday night, won an inning in 2/3, had 1 strikeout, everything else zeros. 2-0 now. Dribbler toward third. Featherston plays it in foul territory. Able to count up at 2-2.
Yeah, that little fastball at 96 had some serious running in it, action in on Machado.
Got the 4th reliever used by Socia. 2-2 with a flare to center. A 1-out single puts a man on for Parra.
Back inside, it was off the plate in, but strong enough to fight that one into the center field for a base hit. Second hit of the game for Machado.
Ground ball left side. Featherston has it. Waits for Giavotella. Gets his force out at second. 2 down. Parra reaching on a fielder's choice.
Nice play by Featherston. A tough in-between hop. That's the way for Giovicella to get to the base and force out a second.
So 2 outs, Parra at first, and here's Adam Jones, who's 0 for 3. Did draw a walk in his last plate appearance. That was the 8th against Salas. Oakland now leading the Astros 3-1. The bottom of the 8th. Jones looks at the strike. Parra with the Brewers at 9 stolen bases, caught 3 times. He's yet to attempt to steal with the Orioles. He's got himself a pretty good lead at first base. Check in on him again. Ground ball back to the mound. God has it. Flips it to Crone, and we head to the bottom of the 10th. Ibar, Crone, and Featherston due up. Still tied at 4. The 10th inning, Brad Brock, who pitched a scoreless 9th, is back out on the mound. Brock picking up a couple of strikeouts in that 9th inning. Ibar, Crone, Featherston. Eric today with a couple of doubles, 2 for 4 overall. Now with 20 doubles on the season. Halos with 10 hits. Orioles with 8. Nobody warming up in either bullpen out in left field. Brock's the third reliever used by Buck Showalter. Farland went 2 1/3. O'Day went 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Orioles will head up the coast to Seattle. Start a set tomorrow. Angels will head to Chicago to play the White Sox. 7-game road trip upcoming. 2-0.
Afford to be patient here now if you're Eric Ibar.
Takes the pitch way off the plate. It's 2-1. It's doing a pitcher a favor right there.
That was about 2 or 3 baseballs off the outside corner. Trying to work that 3-0 count.
Breaking ball drops in there. 2-2. Bar pulls it foul. Another breaking pitch from Brock.
He's got a very good changeup and good slider.
And we saw the breaking pitch. He got Murphy down and in on a 3-2 count to end the 8th. Or pardon me, the 9th. Nasty action down and in. There's CJ. Chopper foul up the third base side. DiSarcina with a nice play. Orioles with 4 runs on 8 hits and left 5 on base. The Angels with 4 runs, 10 hits, have stranded 10 base runners today. Angels 1 for 9 today. Men in scoring position. One hopper to J.J. Hardy, the shortstop. Get down for the first down. C.J. Cron is what he did Friday as a pinch hitter.
He got a pitch, and he did some serious damage. 456-foot home run for C.J. Cron.
Very first pitch he saw from Brad Brock. Can't imagine he gets in front of the first pitch fastball in, does he? He got a fastball.
Got a fastball this time a little away, but it was up. 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Cron today 1 for 3. An infield base hit back in the second.
Back-to-back fastballs, the same location.
Game another one too.
Almost the exact same spot, all 3 at 96.
And back outside. 1-2. They are headed to the 9th at the Coliseum with Oakland up 3-1.
All 4 of those pitches have been firm. C.J. Cron.
And down with the off-speed pitch, 2 outs.
The 4 straight hard fastballs comes with a changeup, a very good changeup. At 88 miles an hour.
Teams today have combined to strike out 23 times. Taylor Featherston at the plate. Singled out to center in his first plate appearance, and that was in the 8th inning. Stole second with 1 out. Eventually stranded there. One for Brock. Breaking ball in there, 1-2. Looks like God will come back out for the 11th. Nobody warming up for the Angels. .36 pitches for Brock. 22 have been strikes. 3 punch outs to the walk. that Taylor on that high fastball.
Yeah, pretty good pitch to do some damage.
Full count. Carlos Perez on deck. Carlos took over behind the plate in the 9th inning. He's yet to see a plate appearance in this game. The payoff pitch. Featherston hits one out towards center field. Adam Jones racing back on it. Still going back. And he reaches up and makes a terrific running catch to rob Featherston of extra bases.
Well, he can cover some ground. He plays it extremely shallow center field, but he's very comfortable and confident going back on the baseball. And you can see why. Reaches up and makes an outstanding play in center field. Keep this a tie game.
Tracking a drive off the bat of Taylor Featherston, making a terrific running catch for the 3rd out.
Amazing how shallow he plays and how much ground he can cover going back on the baseball. In a straight line going back to be able to retrieve that shot by Featherston. What a play by Adam Jones just in front of the wall.
Trevor Gott back out for his 2nd inning of work. He'll face Davis, Wieters, and Scope here in the 11th. Chris Davis, 1 for 3 afternoon. He homered in the 6th inning. Tied this game up at 4. That's a difference in this game. Rasmus' 6th inning. 2 home runs allowed. And Stardy on that one, 1-1. One and 2. Little liner toward the shortstop, Eric Ibar. The shift, and there's out number 1.
Trying to catch that liner before it hits the dirt. Top hand spin on it. It's just before it hits the dirt.
Colby Rasmus with a 3-run home run for the Astros, putting the Stros up 4-3 in the ninth. Edward Mujica giving up back-to-back singles before the home run.
He had some trouble last night. I was watching him in the ninth inning.
Ground ball past the third baseman, Featherston. And Wieters picks up his second hit of the afternoon, so he's 2 for 5. We'll bring up Jonathan Scope.
Number 6, Jonathan Scope.
The shift on, this went with this pitch, a firm fastball from Guy going the other way.
Scope, a multi-hit game, 2 for 4 with a single and a double. Breaking ball toward short. Ibar has it. Feeds Giavotella for 1. The relay back in time. Inning-ending double play. We head to the bottom of the 11th inning. Perez, Giavotella, and Calhoun coming up. Still tied at 4.
On the 11th, Carlos Perez slated the lead off for the Halos. New pitcher for Baltimore, Chaz Rowe, coming in the game. His 28th game, 2-1 record on the season. Very good ERA, 2.88. He's got a fastball, 91-95. Slider, there's quite a few of, and a changeup.
Rowe pitched Friday night for a total of 15 pitches, 1/3 of an inning, 2 hits, and issued a walk. Takes over for Brock, who went 2 innings, had 1 walk and 3 strikeouts. No runs coming across. No hits allowed. Nice job by Trevor Gott, his 2 innings of relief. First plate appearance for Carlos Perez. 218 on the season. 5 doubles, a couple of home runs, 13 RBIs. One and one. Breaking pitch, foul back. A 1-2 count. Angels this year in extra innings, 3 and 5. Orioles 3 and 2. There's the 1-2. player foul into the seats. A couple of years ago, the Orioles had a couple of ridiculous records with in extra innings. 2012, 16-2. Last year they were 14-6. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. Giavotella on deck. Two, pull to left field. That'll get down and go for extra bases. Carlos on his way to second. It's a leadoff double for the Angels catcher.
Good swing and mistake. On the inner half and upstairs, and he was quick to turn on that one right down the left field line for Perez. His little spin action. It was a backup changeup or slider. Didn't have a lot of action to it. But how quick his hands were. Brought his hands inside the baseball and hooks it right down in the corner for Perez. His 6th double this season. Again, when you're looking at home, wondering with the catcher out there at second base, pinch runner potentially, no extra players available for Mike Scioscia at this point. Been used already.
DeSarcina to talk things over with Johnny Giavotella. 3-hit game, 3 for 5 overall. He has never had a 4-hit game in his career.
He might be asked to bunt. They're walking out to the mound. Buck Showalter, they're going to go out and talk strategy.
And now DeSarcina back toward the home plate area to have a conversation here with Johnny.
Always have to be aware if you're Carlos Perez, before pitches maybe a back pick at you at second base.
Brian Mattis loosening in a hurry. Calhoun on deck. Johnny showing bunt, looks at a strike.
And a good pitch to be able to get down as a fastball was weighing down. That's what you want as a hitter when you're asked to bunt. You want pitches downstairs. Much easier to get on the ground as compared to an elevated one.
Raiders will flash the defensive signals once again. Ideally, you would like to put something on the third base side, force Machado to field it. Give Perez a clear shot toward third. Now Manning in on the grass at third base. And he pops the bunt foul, 0-2.
Now, at the very least, if you're Johnny Giavotella, you're going to try to hit a ground ball to that right side of the infield.
Johnny with 6 sacrifices this year. Davis even with the bag at first base. Carlos can take a pretty decent sized lead. Johnny showing bunt again. And he strikes out, trying to bunt that last one. And that may have been a ball. And there's out number 1. I think Scioscia trying to figure out what Giavotella is trying to do there.
It's like basically, let's swing the bat there.
And now with Calhoun up, here comes Showalter. Brian Mattis will be summoned.
Pitch off the outside corner, off the end of the bat. The bat is not level. There's no way you're going to be able to put that ball in play.
Well, Scioscia's look seems to make it believe that Giavotella kind of did that on his own with 2 strikes. The pitching changed, the winning run in scoring position. Still tied at 4. With 2 strikes is put out for the first down here in the 11th. So with the lefty up, Brian Mattis is summoned from the bullpen. Mattis pitching in his 35th game, 1-2 record at 2.73 ERA. He'll be facing Cole Calhoun. See that 131 average allowed against left-handed hitters. At this point, all you're looking for is a little flare out to the outfield.
Mattis fastball 89-93. Slider, curveball, changeup.
Cole 1 for 4 with a home run back in the first inning. Last time up was the 9th and hit a fly ball to left. Swinging for the downs on that first pitch breaking ball. It's an 0-1 count.
He's going to pitch him away more likely, fastball or break a ball away. He's just trying to punch that ball in the left field.
Here's the 0-1 outside.
Yeah, another pitch away. The outfielders bunched almost close together. A lot of room on both lines for Cole to hit the ball into the outfield. Now you see some movement out in left field.
One and two. Cole trying to hit a home run here. Max effort. Taylor's 1 for 10 with men in scoring position today.
Maybe shorten up that swing. Think in terms of contact. Force them to make a play behind you.
Weeder set up outside. Here's the 1-2. Down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Coliseum. Houston leading 4-3, but Oakland has runners at first and third in the bottom of the 9th with nobody out. It's Luke Gregerson. They're trying to stalk back.
Former Oakland A.
2-2. Cole takes a called strike 3. 2 outs.
Goes away once again, paints the outside corner with a fastball. More than likely you'll see now with Trout coming to play, and I wonder if they'll even pitch to Mike Trout, and they're not going to.
Even though he's 0 for 5 today, they'll take their chances with Pujols. And this all set up by Johnny Giavotella, unable to get the job done. And then Cole striking out swinging, so Perez still at second base. And even if Giavotella gets the bunt down, Mattis is still coming in to face Calhoun. Rowe wasn't going to pitch this entire inning. Trout will take his place over at first base. Albert 0 for 4, drew a walk in the 9th. Now they're going to intentionally walk in to face David Murphy. So Buck Showalter certainly no stranger to this. He's certainly not afraid.
He's the one that walked Barry Bonds with the bases loaded.
He walked Bonds with the bases loaded to limit the damage.
Back in the 3rd inning, David Murphy with 2 on. It's his first home run as an Angel, 100th career home run, 3-run home run. 2 hits in the game for Murphy. A very solid career batting average for Murphy against Baltimore coming into the game. About 350.
And this now forces Mattis to be perfect. There's no place to put him, and a wild pitch scores a winning run. We've seen that already this week. First one outside.
So important when you're on the mound, that first pitch to throw for a strike. Now you have to think in terms of getting a lot of the plate this pitch because you're behind. And after throwing 8 wide pitches in a row, you're not used to throwing something in the strike zone. So look for a spot right now for Murphy.
Murphy 2 for 5 this afternoon with a home run and a single. The 1-0. He pulls it foul off his body. Pitch in off the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Right off there, just below the kneecap, off the shin area. It looked like that was ball 2.
On Wednesday with Cody Allen on the mound, a wild pitch to Taylor Featherston from third base.
Good numbers in his career versus Mattis Murphy. In over 400.
1-1 pitch. 2-1. Carlos Perez started off this 11th inning with a double. Giovatelli and Calhoun struck out. And back-to-back intentional walks to load him up. Winning run 90 feet away. Three balls and a strike.
And that was a ball, but that's a pitch that we've been called quite a bit in this game.
Mattis ready, and he's set. Here's a 3-1. Murphy looks at a strike, and it's a full count.
Right on the outside corner.
So we'll get the merry-go-round going here. Base runners will take off.
It's important, especially when there's force outs at every base.
Here comes the 3-2. Murphy fouls it back. Went with a fastball in.
That would have been interesting to see if that's called a strike. That's a little bit off the inside corner.
Another payoff. Murphy hits one out toward left center field. Low going back. Drive home safely. 5-4. The Halos win it.
Buck shoulder went away from Murphy's law against the Baltimore Orioles. We talked about the batting average. And now it's time for the top tier play of the game, brought to you by Arco. And what a swing. 3-2 pitch, an elevated fastball. And David Murphy, one of the longest singles he'll ever have. But it walks off for the Halos with a base hit to left center field. Big game for David Murphy. 3 hits, 4 RBI for David Murphy. Batting average well over 400 now against Mattis. He got that pitch upstairs, can make contact, and what a swing for Murphy. He's got to feel good about wearing that Angel uniform today.
A 4 RBI performance. He said yesterday that he felt like an outsider because he had yet to contribute. Boy, oh boy, did he contribute this afternoon. He's down on the field with Ken French. Ken.
Yeah, thank you very much, Victor. David Murphy, boy, what a finish here tonight. They intentionally locked 2 batters to get to you. A little extra incentive to get this one done this afternoon.
Definitely. I mean, anything to get the job done, but in that situation, it feels good.
3 hits, 4 RBI. You hit your 100th home run of your career, first as an Angel. Are you starting to feel comfortable in a Halo uniform?
I'm starting to.
Let me ask you again. Are you starting to feel comfortable in a Halo uniform?
I'm really cold right now. No, starting to do this series. Today was things started to slow down for me a little bit. and fortunately I was able to take that into the last at bat there.
And David, I know you haven't been around this team a lot, but have Jared Weaver back after missing 7 weeks. What was it like to have him back on that mound? What was it like, kind of energy in the dugout?
I mean, I was excited personally. I mean, if you look at my numbers against him, he owns me. So, I think he was going to go out there and do the same thing to them as he does to me every day.
David, congratulations on the big win. We'll see you on the road.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right, David Murphy, big game here tonight. Halos win the final game of this homestand, 5-4. Stick around, Angels Live postgame. Alex Curry, Jose Mota, Tim Salmon with highlights and interviews coming up right after the break.